Order closed session of the city council. Could I get a roll call, please?
Councilmember Narenheim.
Here.
Councilmember Lowenstein.
Here.
Councilmember Keller-Jedovich. Here. Councilmember Obaji.
Here.
Councilmember Barrett.
Here.
Mayor Ling.
Here. Do we have any blue folder items for the closed session?
None for closed session.
Okay, any public comments on the closed sessions or non-agenda items?
We do not have anyone on Zoom and there are no e-comments.
Okay, would you mind reading through the closed session agenda?
Sure. As authorized by the government code is listed on the published agenda, the following items will be discussed in closed session. Items F1 through F8 are under the title Conference with Legal Counsel Existing Litigation. For item F1, the name of the case is City of Redondo Beach et al. Versus California State Water Resources Control Board, case number 20-STCP-03193. For F2, the name of the case is New Commune DTLA LLC and Leonid Postonikov versus City of Redondo Beach and City Council of the City of Redondo Beach, case number 22-TRCP-00203. For F3, the name of the case is New Commune DTLA LLC versus City of Redondo Beach, City Council of the City of Redondo Beach, and those 1 through 100 inclusive, case number 23-STC-V10146. For F4, the name of the case is New Commune DTLA LLC versus City of Redondo Beach, City Council of the City of Redondo Beach, City of Redondo Beach Department of Community Development et al., case number 23-STC-P00426. For F5, the name of the case is 9300 Wilshire LLC versus City of Redondo Beach, City Council of the City of Redondo Beach, City of Redondo Beach Department of Community Development, and those 1 through 100 inclusive, case number 23-STCP-02189. F6, the name of the case is in regards to 9300 Wilshire LLC, bankruptcy, CDCal case number 223-BK-10918-ER. For F7, the name of the case is Yes in My Backyard, a California nonprofit corporation, Sandra Traus, an individual, versus City of Redondo Beach, City Council of the City of Redondo Beach, City of Redondo Beach Department of Community Development, and those 1 through 25 inclusive, case number 23-TRCP-00325. For F8, the name of the case is Jennifer Gorbin versus City of Redondo Beach, and those 1 through 50 inclusive, case number 24-TRC-V03931. Items F9 through F11 are under the title Conference with the Real Property Negotiator. For F9, the property is 208 Yacht Club Way, King Harbor Marina, a portion of APN 7503-003-900. For F10, the properties are 200 North PCH, a portion of APN 750-500-9902, 715 Julia Avenue, portions of parcels APN 750-702-0900 and APN 750-702-1900. 3007 Vale Avenue, a portion of APN 415-001-7931, 1935 Manhattan Beach Boulevard, APN 404-900-8903. The parking lot at the corner of Felton Lane and 182nd Street, APN 415-803-3900, and 807 Inglewood Avenue, a portion of APN 408-302-4900. For F11, the property is 201 Fisherman's Wharf, a portion of APN 7505-002-913. Item F12, Conference with Legal Counsel and Labor Negotiator. The employee organizations are the Management and Confidential Employee Group, Redondo Beach Firefighters Association, Fire Management Unit. And for item F13, Conference with Legal Counsel, Public Employee Personnel, Matter Evaluation. The title is City Manager. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. City Manager Witsansky, who will be representing these agenda items.
Yes, Mayor. For all items, myself and City Attorney Mike Webb. For items F1 through F11, we'll be joined by Assistant City Attorney Cheryl Park. For items F1 through F7, we will have John Wellner and Abby O'Brien, outside legal counsel. For item F8, we will be joined by Diane Strickfaden, our Human Resources Director. F9, Greg Kapovich, our Waterfront and Economic Development Director, will join us for item F10, Luke Smoody, Assistant to the City Manager, will participate. And then again for item F11, Greg Kapovich and I believe Brian Campbell, our outside leasing agent, will participate. And then for item F12, for at least a portion of it, Diane Strickfad, Human Resources Director, will be participating.
Okay, thank you. Could I get a motion to recess to closed session?
So moved.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion, a second, all for?
Aye.
Okay, it's unanimous. We will be back on or about 6 o'clock to report out and to open the open session. Thank you. closed session of the city council. Could I get a roll call, please?
Here. Here.
Here.
Here.
Here. Here. City Manager Wojciechowski, do we have anything to report?
Yes,
from
this evening we
closed session?
do, under the case listed through item F8, the council unanimously authorized the city attorney to defend the city in the matter.
Okay, and that's it to report, correct?
That's it.
Okay. With that, I'll entertain a motion to adjourn from closed session and reconvene to open session.
So moved.
Second.
Okay, motion a second, all for?
Aye.
Okay, thank you. Okay, I'm now calling to order a regular meeting of the city council. Could I get a roll call, please?
Here. Here.
Here.
Here. Here.
Here. Okay, if we have any veterans or active duty military in our audience, please stand and be recognized for your service. Anybody out there? I'll stand up quick. Okay, so now let us all stand for the salute to the flag and remain standing for a moment of silence afterwards. I'd like to call up Mackenzie, who will lead us in the pledge. Mackenzie, the floor is all yours.
Good evening, my name is Mackenzie. I'm a fourth grader at Burl Heights Elementary, and my favorite subjects in school are social studies, PE, and recess. I love going to the beach with my friends and family in Redondo. Please put your hand over your heart and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. Ready, begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, if you could remain standing for a moment of silent invocation. Okay, please be seated. Mackenzie, thank you. Come on up. We appreciate you doing it. You did a great job.
Good work. Great job.
Nice
Go Burl.
pins, by the way.
Go Burl. Go Bulldogs.
Great job. Okay. Say cheese. 1, 2, 3.
Sorry.
Okay, thank you. Nice job, Mackenzie. Okay, now we go to item D on the agenda, presentations, proclamations, and announcement. I think Councilmember Obaji, I don't have any presentations or proclamations, but I think we received one, so
Yes.
I'd like to give you the floor on that.
Our City of Redondo Beach received from the South Bay Council of Governments Southern California Regional Energy Network a bronze level achievement, thanks to our Department of Public Works for updating the COG with the energy efficient upgrades that it's imposed here in the city, and also seeking funding for energy improvements, energy efficient improvements that we can get from the federal and state government through the COG. So Andy Wingy, I don't know if you want to accept this for the Department of Public Works or the
Yes,
city
Andy.
manager. There you go. The good news is you got the bronze, and the bad news is we expect the silver or the gold next year.
Room to grow, right.
Thank you, Councilmember Obaji. Okay, let's go around the circuit up here. Councilmember Narenheim.
I have my community meeting this weekend, my usual time and place, second Saturday of the month, Alta Vista, 9:30 a.m. And I'll be doing an online meeting later this month as well. That's it. Thank you.
Councilmember Lowenstein.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor Light. 3 things. One, the December District 2 Community Meeting will not be happening this month. We usually take the month of December off. We'll be added again in January. The second thing is the Redondo Beach, annual Redondo Beach Boat Parade will be this Saturday, starting at 5:30 p.m. You can catch it at Mole A and
Mole B,
Mole B and Portofino
and King Harbor Yacht
King Harbor Yacht Club, all these places in the, so thank you so much for that. And then C, last Thursday, Councilmember Obaji and I joined the South Bay Council of Governments and other elected officials and staff members on a tour with famous seismologist Lucy Jones. She's been referred to as the Beyonce of earthquakes. Look it up on Wikipedia. I don't know how it came about. But anyway, she's amazing. I got a chance to have lunch next to her. We did a tour of the entire Newport, not the entire, but a lot of parts of the Newport-Inglewood Fault. A lot of people focus on the San Andreas Fault. The Newport-Inglewood Fault is much closer to us. It is capable of a 7.0 or even greater. It's probably the biggest risk we have in this area of sizable shaking. And we learned about everything from how we recover to what the shaking will be like to what building codes have been implemented since the Sylmar quake in '71 and other notable quakes, Loma Prieta up in the Bay Area. So I learned a ton. I think Councilmember Baji learned a lot. It was really interesting. If you ever get a chance, follow Lucy Jones on Instagram or anywhere else you see her. She's amazing. She's always on national news talking about, earthquake threats, et cetera. So the good thing is Redondo Beach is actually situated pretty well. The actual closer fault is the Palos Verdes fault, but it is not as capable of a large quake as the Newport-Inglewood and especially not the San Andreas fault. But we still have a lot to be prepared for in terms of how we recover, mainly utilities being out for extended periods of time. Water would be a major issue, so make sure you keep water at your home because you'll be without water for quite some time with the shaking. So anyway, anybody has any questions, feel free to reach out to me. I'm glad to answer any questions about it. So thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Kalajevic.
Yeah, I also got to tour with one of our utility or service companies, Athens. I got to go to their facility and their current facility, which is, I think they said 27 years old. But trash is such a science, and they're doing incredible things as far as diverting trash to landfills with their current facility, and they have a new one coming online, I believe, early next year. I got to see that as well, and it's fascinating. There's even a guy who sits up there, it looks like he's playing a video game, and he's loading the trucks with like a smasher and all these things. Looks like a great job. I would love to have that. Anyway, it was a great tour, and I'm very impressed with all the things they're doing, not just diverting trash to the landfills, but also how they're trying to reduce the number of vehicles on the road. So all around, it was a great tour. Thank you, Athens.
Thank you. Councilmember Obaji.
Yes, so, sorry, I didn't get maybe you can start with Councilmember Barrett.
Councilmember Barrett.
I have nothing tonight, but I'm
All right.
willing to wait for Councilmember
Well,
Obaji.
things
I
if
got
you
a
need
couple
time.
of, yeah, go for it. Why don't you?
Okay,
Maybe
just a
get this
couple
quick.
things. Just earlier today, several of us attended the roundtable meeting down at King Harbor Yacht Club. Got to hear the third grade from,
Barrel.
From Barrel. The third grade chorus or third grade kids. It was great to ring in the holiday season with that. And then I also got to ring in the holidays with Sinesta with their formal Christmas tree lighting, where we got to hear Miracosta Choir. So over the last week between our tree lighting, we've had three kids groups come in and carol, and just a great opening to the holiday season. And that's the fun part of being mayor, is be able to participate in some of that.
You have a tree.
And we got a tree here that we put on, thanks to Renee.
He's done. All
Okay,
right.
Councilmember Obaji.
All right, thank you, Mayor.
I was stalling for you.
Thank you very much, appreciate it. If you light up 3A, please. So 9:30 or 8:30 in the morning on a Monday morning, I'm driving my daughter to preschool, and I see this on the back of our Welcome to Redondo Beach sign. I take a picture, I snap it over to qualityoflife@redondo.org. We can complain about quality of life issues, and I copy our public works team. At 11 o'clock, 11 a.m. when I returned to go to Dr. Paul's immediate care because I was a little under the weather, our public works crew is there with Assistant Director Mike Klein already spraying this stuff and washing it off. You can see them working over there. And then when I came back later to pick my daughter up from work, the graffiti is gone. I mean, that is first-class service from our Public Works Department, working in conjunction with our police department, and they had filed a report already at the police department to recognize that the sooner you get this cleaned up, the less gratification there is for the gangsters who are putting it up. and the less of a broken windows message that gets sent in Redondo Beach. So thank you to our Public Works team for that amazing work. Another announcement that is exciting for people here in North Redondo is that SCE, after about a year, has finally approved the expansion of the bike path in North Redondo to extend at Rockefeller all the way to Inglewood. So we're very excited to see that come in. There was a resident who asked me about it about a year ago, and then followed up with SCE bugging them for us until finally today we got the news that they improved it. And lastly, again, credit to our Public Works Department. When they were repaving the lines on the street, there was some paint spillage. Somebody complained about it, I think on Thursday of last week. By Friday, if not early this week, all of this was cleaned up, and he had emailed me happy and appreciative that Carnegie had gotten cleaned up. So thank you for being on top of it, Public Works. That's all.
Thank you. On the topic of SCE, did we ever get approval for the,
Still waiting on that.
okay. Well, that's not
West of
agenda.
PCH? West of PCH?
The Redondo
Yeah,
Park.
west of PCH, yeah.
Okay, let's see, on to the order of the agenda. Anybody wish to change the order of agenda tonight? Okay. Can I get a motion to approve the order of the agenda?
So moved.
Second.
Motion and second, all four?
Aye.
Okay, thank you. Let's see, any blue folder items?
Yes, Mayor, we have a couple items. Item H8, declaring the results of the November 5th, 2024 election. There was a title change to include resolution number CC 2412-116, as well as item J1, public participation of non-agenda items, public communication, and item M2, discussion and possible action regarding amending resolution number CC 2412-113 regarding the city treasurer's duties and qualifications. And actually, it's a different number now.
Is that it?
That concludes the blue.
Okay, thank you. Could I get a motion to receive and file?
Motion to receive and file.
Second.
All four?
All right.
Aye.
Okay. Let's move on to the consent calendar. Let's see, Councilmember Narenheim, anything you want to pull?
Nothing to pull, thank you.
Councilmember Lowenstein,
No, thank you.
Councilmember Kalajerovich,
Not tonight, thanks.
Councilmember Obaji,
No, thank you.
and Councilmember Barrett.
No.
Okay, could I get a motion to approve the consent calendar?
Motion to approve with also just notifying folks that H4 is an item that allows the South Bay Social District to move forward by finalizing their track maps, or at least get a prerequisite to moving forward with their financiers and stuff. So it's good news. So move to approve.
Second?
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second.
Mayor, if we can have that
Any
as-
member from the public wish to,
If that motion can include as amended, that item H8 to include the resolution.
Okay, amended H8 to include the resolution.
okay, any member of the public wish to address any of the items on the consent calendar before we vote on it? Anybody online?
No one's online with their hand raised.
Any e-comments?
No e-comments.
Okay, all four?
Aye.
Anybody opposed? Okay, it's unanimous.
Let me, if I may read item
Yes.
H8 resolution is adopt by title only, resolution number CC 2412-116, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Redondo Beach, California, reciting the fact of the special municipal election consolidated with the County of Los Angeles held on Tuesday, November 5th, 2024, declaring the results and such other matters as provided by law. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Let's see, we have no excluded consent calendar items, so we'll be going to public participation on non-agenda items. This section is intended to provide members of the public the opportunity to comment on any subject that is not on the agenda tonight for action. This section will be limited to 30 minutes in total. Each speaker will be afforded 3 minutes to address the mayor and the council, and each speaker will be permitted to speak only once. We do written requests first, and I only have one written request. That's from Mr. Ron Morocco. So you're up, Ron.
Thank you.
Mayor and City Council, my name is Ron Morocco. I'm from District 3, a 30-year resident of Redondo Beach, a leadership Redondo alumni, and former chair of the Historical Commission. I'm here to update you on the Path of History project. Those are those big blue historical markers that you see around the city. I'm passing out a packet to you that includes pictures of recent marker installations. You may recognize some of the people on the cover pictures. The last time I came to you was on October 1, 2024, and I came to discuss the lack of progress in getting these markers installed, getting the design contract before the council. Last June, consistent with City Strategic Plan number 3, develop experiences to engage in city historic resources, you approved the budget for this year that included 8 new markers. In July, I met with the city manager and discussed this project and got the go-ahead to contact the sign designer who previously worked with us on designing the last 5 markers that were installed. On July 23rd, the sign designer, the one who designed all of the markers, existing markers, including the original markers from Leadership Redondo, submitted a proposal to the city manager for designing the next set of signs. The total cost for this design contract is $13,500. The contract is similar to the one with her that lapsed in November 2023, and it's only a design-only contract. I have included the July 23rd, 2024 proposal addressed to the city manager in your packet. I've also included the minutes from the November 2nd, 2021 meeting where it was a consent calendar item that was passed 5-0. I have included prior cover pages, signature pages, the project description, scope of services, and schedule for contract to show you that this is not something controversial. However, I am greatly disappointed in the community service response to moving this project forward. This, in my mind, is a classic slow walk of a project. On October 23rd, 2024, 3 weeks after I came to you all to tell you about the progress, I was told in writing that the design proposal was no good because the proposal was sent to me, not the city, and they had to start the process all over again. And if you look in the packet, you will see the July 23rd proposal is addressed to the city, to the attention of the city manager. I was just copied with it. Next, I was told that staff needs to get competitive quotes for the design work. $13,600 for this contract, that's $1,700 per sign that you guys approved. And that's all we're talking about here. Staff
Hey, Ron,
Time.
I'll make a motion to receive and file the paperwork.
Second.
A motion and a second, all for it?
Aye.
Can I get a motion to extend?
How much time do you need? 30 seconds?
I've got 1 paragraph left, so it's not that
Motion for
much.
30 seconds.
Second.
Thank you
All
very
for
much.
Aye.
The staff issue appears to be with the fabrication of the sign, which is not part of the design contract. The city picks the fabricator. I'm not sure what you all can do. The project is consistent with the strategic plan, and you put the money in the budget. So I think you've done your part of it. It's been about 140 days since the proposal came in, and we're almost halfway through the budget year with nothing that's come forward to the council. I am hopeful that the city manager will make a commitment to you and provide a date to get you the contract to review for procedures so we can move forward with the contract. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Go ahead. Madam Clerk, do you note that Councilmember Barrett and I did not vote aye on that? We just abstained from the vote. And just for everybody else to know, we Brown acted on this. But our opinion is that we cannot just differentiate between Ron Morocco and anybody else who comes and speaks and decide to extend some, but not others, depending on the content of their speech or who they are. So especially because meetings have been dragged on, we're going to try to be disciplined about keeping the 3 minutes.
Noted.
Okay. Thanks. Any other member of the public wish to address the city council on any item that's not on the agenda?
Joan Irvine, District 1, Mayor, City Council member, city staff, and people who are here. I'm honored to have qualified to run for the mayor of Redondo and look forward to meeting with many of the voters over the next few months. You know, when I moved here 18 years ago, Mike Ginn was mayor. It was a gentler time, and I fell in love with Redondo because of that. But times have changed. You know, I understand the principles of the First Amendment and free speech. I was on the board of the Free Speech Coalition. So I find it very disheartening when people hide behind private Facebook groups such as the Redondo Chamber Unmasked and One View in Redondo. You know, I'm not without fault, but at least if I say something, I say it publicly, and you know who's saying it. These people, they spew innuendos and half-truths just to ridicule people. In our high school, this might be considered bullying. Sadly, it's become part of our daily life. It is sad when adults in our city act less mature than high school students. You know, I was taught that sticks and stones will break your bones, but words will never harm you. That ain't true anymore, I hate to say. Redondo has, on another topic, Redondo has a reputation for not moving forward on projects or taking years to get things done. A good example of this is the legalization of cannabis dispensaries and delivery. It was first discussed in 2007, an advisory committee was established in 2018, and we had the pandemic, things were delayed, et cetera, but the cannabis has been on the agenda dozens of times over the last several years. How much has that cost us in staff time? Earlier this year at a city council meeting, staff committed to bring back cannabis on the agenda every 2 weeks until action was really taken. This has not happened. We continue to lose tax money and much needed local jobs. I look forward to the city council meeting on December 17th, when the city committed to discuss the final ordinances and applications. And I don't know whether this is considered next week will be considered the first reading or not. And I have to find that out. But thank you for your time, and let's move forward as the city has committed to. So thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else wish to address the council on non-agenda items?
I'm taller, so I need this up bar. Never done that before. Good evening, Mayor and Council. Wayne Craig, resident of District 1. The nonprofit Keep the Esmata Beautiful that Ms. Irvine speaks about often was coincidentally named the Chamber of Commerce Nonprofit of the Year. Ironic timing is also that 3 of its board members are also running for office in the March 2025 election. Perhaps one of these meetings, Ms. Irvine can enlighten the public with the answer to 3 important questions that they have refused or not explained. Number 1, how much money did you raise each year for the past 5 years? 2, what did they specifically spend it on? And besides picking up trash on the Esplanade once a month, which is less frequent than other groups do the same without even doing fundraising, what do they do to keep the Esplanade beautiful? We'd really like to know, Joan. Please articulate and quantify something instead of just being evasive for another 5 years. If not, then perhaps Keep the Esplanade Beautiful board members and candidates for office, Jeff Ginsburg and Brad Waller, can provide the details. After all, the financial records are legally required to be produced for public review per IRS regulations for all alleged nonprofit entities.
Thank you. Anyone else wish to address the council on items that are not on the agenda for the night? Okay, anyone online?
Yes, someone has their hand raised. Melissa DeCont. Please unmute yourself and you may begin.
Good evening, city council members, mayor, and staff. Thank you for all that you do. As always, I really do appreciate what you do to make our city a better place. The Hollywood Riviera stroll was so fantastic. It was a super fun event, so thank you for everything you did for that. I want to reiterate again my opposition to storefront cannabis dispensaries in Redondo Beach. It normalizes cannabis use for our youth. It increases cannabis use by 26% in every city that they're put in. And I also, I want to recall a couple of months ago, or maybe 2 months ago, one of our council members, our District 1 council member, Narenheim, had a conversation with our city attorney about transparency and about collecting funds from entities that may do business with the city. And I think that's very timely, and I believe that transparency is important. And I want to stress that that transparency needs to be important on any sort of cannabis voting, because we have companies that have expressed a strong desire or interest to apply for licenses in our city. And when we have council members, too, that sit up on our dais who have collected funds from cannabis operators, that sets the city up for litigation. And I have the privilege with all of the PTA work I do throughout the state in being in a lot of other cities and talking about cannabis with a lot of other PTA members. And this litigation happens in almost every city. It's just become sort of a rite of passage. And so I'd hate to see that happen for our city. And I humbly request that we have our District 4 and our District 1 council member recuse themselves from voting because they have taken cannabis funds. And I don't mean that in a pejorative or disrespectful manner. I appreciate all that both of those members do for our city and on the city council. Thank you so much. Have a good evening.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Yes, the next speaker is Mark Hansen. Please unmute yourself and you may begin.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council, staff. Mark Hansen tonight, wearing my hat as a past Commodore of King Harbor Yacht Club and proud member of the Holiday Boat Parade Committee. Thank you to Councilman Lowenstein and Mayor Light for mentioning the parade. Yes, it's coming up this coming Saturday, December 14th. The parade itself will take place from 5:30 p.m. to 7 p.m. I want to also acknowledge that the Pier Association will be having their annual concert on the pier from 2 p.m. to 4 p.m. So a full day of fun in the Harbor and Pier area. For those who are going to come down and looking for some dinner that night, I encourage folks to click on visitkingHarbor.com. That's visitkingHarbor.com. That's the King Harbor Association website where you'll see a whole list of places you can have something great to eat either before or after the parade. As the gentleman mentioned, a lot of great viewing locations all along the harbor. It's particularly great if you take Marina Way out, which is between Blue Water Grill and the Bay Club, and I'll take you out to the Moonstone Park Mobile area. Great viewing there. Also great viewing from the Portofino Hotel, and the Portofino would love for you all to come by there, buy food and drink, and watch the festivities from there. The parade is got still openings for boats, so anybody who has a boat and would like to be in the parade, just go to King Harbor Boat Parade and you can register. There'll be trophies in numerous categories, and the entrance will be invited to a VIP awards party back at King Harbor Yacht Club. The event's presented by King Harbor Yacht Club and Port Royal Yacht Club, supported by the King Harbor Association and the Portofino Hotel, and graciously sponsored by the Chevron Corporation. Finally, I want to acknowledge our boat parade chairperson, who's doing it for her second year, and that is Pat Light, the wife of our own Mayor Jim Light. Everybody come on down and enjoy your harbor. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Anyone else?
No one else has their hand raised and there were no e-comments.
Okay, thank you. Let's see, so that will take us down to item M, items continued from previous agendas. First one is M1.
Don't think they
Jim?
may. One more person would like to speak.
Under non-agenda? Oh, okay. I mean, go ahead.
Good evening, Mayor Light, members of the City Council. I'd like to thank you all for allowing me the time to speak here this evening. My name is Robert Merkelbach. My company will be applying for the cannabis license here in South Redondo Beach. We currently own and operate a licensed cannabis manufacturing, sales, and distribution company located in Torrance. We've been operating here in the South Bay for more than 6 years. Our company sells to more than 300 licensed dispensaries throughout the state of California. We also own and operate a company known as Hashery in Hackensack, New Jersey. That is a retail licensed cannabis dispensary. I live here in South Redondo Beach, and I've absolutely fallen in love with this community. This is where I intend to spend the rest of my life. I've been fortunate to develop many good relationships and friendships over the past year, and it's through those relationships and friendships that I've gained a very good understanding of what I believe the community not only wants, but needs in the form of a cannabis dispensary here in South Redondo Beach. Given the opportunity, we'd love to open and operate Hashery Redondo. We at Rosentech Labs and Hashery believe as a group, we have what it takes to provide this community what it not only wants, but needs in the form of a licensed cannabis dispensary. I don't want to take too much of your time this evening. I'd just like to thank you all for the time and effort that you've put into this process up until this point. And I very much look forward to, at next week's meeting, seeing the final draft of the application. So thank you again for your time this evening. You all have a great night. We'll see you next time. Thank you.
Thank you. No others? Lucy? Okay. Okay, back to item M1. Mike, do you have someone who's going to represent that, or?
Yes. I think that's coming out of the clerk's office.
Yes, the clerk's office has a PowerPoint, Mayor. We do have the city clerk, Lenora Manzano, online as well. If you just bear with me, I am multitasking tonight.
Hello.
Hello.
So, go ahead, Lucy. Go ahead.
Thank you. So what we have before you, Mayor and members of the City Council, is we're going to present a PowerPoint that covers items M1 through M4, all of the different election measures that the council recently adopted at the last meeting. And then we're going to go through each one at a time. So what we will be asking for the council to consider is to review the exhibits for each of the resolutions. We're going to go through those one at a time. They're each separate discussion items. We will ask for your review of the ballot title and questions as they're presented for each of those. The council did have letter designations selected last week. We would just need a final confirmation on that, as well as authorize, if the council chooses to, authorize authors to submit arguments in favor of those measures, as well as direct the city attorney to prepare the impartial analysis and then adopt the resolutions as amended. Then we would begin with item M1, which is resolution 2412-117, and it is a charter amendment for the city clerk duties and qualifications. Currently, what you see on the screen is the title of the resolution, and then again, we ask for the council to consider exhibits A and exhibit A and B, the measure designation, letter designations for exhibit A, which has to do with the duties, is listed as measure CCD. Exhibit B, which is the information and information for the qualifications, is measure CCQ. And so with that, this is currently how the title is presented for the council's consideration. The question being, shall section 11A through F regarding the city clerk's powers and duties be amended pertaining to overseeing all city elections, reviewing expenditures, having access to the city's financial system, approving payments, and having the authority to contest within 45 days of final disposition, and to also update appropriate language pertaining to the city clerk's approval on demands and on the city manager's duties for consistency be adopted. So that's currently how it reads for this particular item, and it's open for your discussion.
So you want us to address each of these separately?
Yes, please.
Okay. Any discussion amongst the council?
Where's the actual red line of the duties?
It's on
Yeah.
Page 358.
Do you have something you can present on that?
Yes. Ready?
And then when we get into discussion, Councilmember Barrett, you have the floor.
So currently what you see on the screen is anything that is in bold is the new language that's being proposed, and then the strikeouts is the language to be deleted.
Can you scroll down?
Scroll down a little so we can read
Yeah,
the.
go.
And just to make certain we're all
Yeah.
using the same terms, I don't believe these have changed from what you considered last meeting. So when they're saying change, they mean change to the current charter. What has been changed is per the motion made by the council, if you can go back up, per the motion made by Councilmember Barrett, we're continuing to do two motions, but one is 11A through 11F, as you can see, and that's carried throughout the title. If you look at the title there, it's 11A through F. And then if you look at Exhibit B, it's final paragraph. So you're having two different votes, and you may recall last time it was just two competing Measure Fs. So these don't conflict with each other. And if both get 50% or more, then they both go into effect. Those are the changes from last week.
And likewise, if one of them doesn't get 50%, the other
Then
can
only
still.
one goes into effect, correct?
Okay, Councilmember Barrett?
Thank you, Mayor Light. With respect to the eligibility for the elected office of treasurer and city clerk,
Well, we're not on that yet.
we're not on that.
No, the way she's presenting it, it's just M1, the,
Qualification.
not the qualifications,
Sorry, the duties.
the duties. And then we'll go into qualifications next.
Okay, so I'll wait on
So do you have anything on qualifications? On
that.
duties? I mean, not qualification, on duties?
I do
Sorry.
not, thank you.
Okay. Anyone else? No. Okay, can I get a motion?
Motion to approve duties as listed, Exhibit A. And let's see the exact language we need here. Motion to approve the resolution of City Council amending resolution number CC-2412-112, ordering the submission and put forth measure CCD as provided.
I'll second that.
We have a motion and a second. Any member of the public wish to address this?
Bob Hensler. A couple of things. A little stickler here. The proposed ballot title, the things that are being changed in this are not just section 11. It's section 12 and section.
Correct.
So in the ballot title, you need to have all of that, I would think. listed.
Correct.
The fact that you were changing all that, but the way it's listed in the item on the agenda, you're just talking about section 11. So if you're going to be specific about it, you need to put in more than just those sections. And there's one other, if you go to G, sorry to do this to you, but G on that, participate during the process in review, it should be of review. Now you know why the meetings took so long.
Wait, where was this at, in review versus on?
G. It says participate
present
during the
that so we can
process
see it?
in review of accounting procedures. I don't know what that means. Should be of review, the process of review of the accounting procedures. Just,
How about during the review process of accounting procedures?
in by itself isn't right. So it's of or in process of, but it needs to be clearer.
How about participate during the review of accounting procedures?
Sure, that's fine too. But just that in was the wrong word, that's
Sure,
all.
sure. No, I appreciate
Yeah.
that. Anything
Oh,
else?
that's good.
So you amending that?
Eleanor, you're live. I don't know if you're trying to say something.
Yeah, I mean, I totally agree with Mr. Pinsler. the
Right.
process. Yes.
So you're going to amend the motion to include that?
Yeah, so amend the motion to amend G to say participate during the review of accounting procedures and annual audit expenditures. Process in does not need to be there. So that's what's being taken out.
Do you have that?
I can redline a 3A.
Do
Sorry,
you have that?
sorry, not 3A, this one. I mean, 3A, yes, but I'll put it on this. So during. Okay, so that's what's being stricken out during the review of accounting procedures. And then as to the ballot question, do we need to specify a section, Mr. City Attorney? Can we say, shall sections of the charter regarding the city clerk's powers and duties be amended pertaining to overseeing all elections? Or do we need to say 11A through F, 12, so on and so forth?
Well, it's better to be more specific. I didn't change the charter, the ballot question, other than adding A through F. If you look at the title that I did change in Exhibit A, it's in the title. Mr. Pinsler said title. I think he means the ballot question. And so if you look at the title of Exhibit A, oh, no, I'm not disagreeing. I'm just, you can use that to, you can input that because it has all of them in the title.
Do we have enough words?
That's up to the, it's a question for the clerk.
Do we bust the word count if we include all this?
What's the word limit?
75.
How close were we before? Oh, interesting. It doesn't say of the city charter in this question as it is, so.
Yeah, it says, and I looked at that, it says proposed charter.
Right, amendment, that's fair enough.
Just, you can just.
67 words, 65,
Yeah.
63,
I'm
63
counting.
words,
I have 61,
We're fine then.
62,
Right?
So we're good?
so we're good.
You can review it.
Okay.
Okay, but can you fix the casing on this? Like it should be initial caps rather than all caps or no caps at all?
Where are you talking about? What do you mean, all caps?
Can you see what I'm typing? Can
No,
whoever's
I can't.
brought?
Yeah, I can't see what you're typing.
Okay,
He's cutting
I
and
fixed it anyhow.
he's cutting and pasting from the title, which, as you know, is all caps, and putting it into the ballot question, which is not all caps.
Does this look good to everybody here?
Yeah.
Okay. By the way, the prior language did not say of Article 10. So do we need to have of Article 10 in here, Mr. Webb?
Need is, it's, the problem would be if, you probably don't need it, but if there is no, you probably don't need it. We've always done it, including the ones that you put before the voters last time. It just, if
Oh,
you,
okay, hold on. No, it's actually, let's see. Article.
Control Z.
Damn it. That's what I tried to do.
Yeah, I normally put it in, but this time I didn't put it in because there was just so much that it made it a little bit confusing.
Okay, no, I can't take it out there because it's in the other section, so just leave it in.
So those are your proposed amendments. I'll accept
Amendments.
the amendments.
Okay.
And then if I may, the resolution includes both measures, Measure CCD as well as Measure CCQ. So we want to address that next before doing a final adoption of the resolution.
Sure.
Okay.
But do we need to go through the author?
So
and
let's
all
go
the
through
other
the
things?
second one, then we'll open it up for the public.
Also, Mayor and Council, I think what I'm going to do is, I know that the city attorney put these 4 little dots. I'm going to make it bigger so it's noticeable on
We
the,
can't see what you're talking about.
so on Exhibit A, at the end of the duties, there's 5 little dots. I don't know if you can bring up Exhibit A.
Okay, you're saying continuing on to the next page, the bottom.
Where,
Yeah.
right here, where you see the little dots, I'm gonna make those a little bit bigger.
As in bold?
Can't bold them because it's not really adding to, bolding means you're adding it to the charter. So I'm
Got it.
just gonna make them bigger, that's all.
Bigger font.
All right.
Okay.
Obviously, I have no opinion about that. It's just a way to do that artificial. If it had been, qualifications were in G, then we wouldn't have to do it that way.
Right.
Okay, let's keep moving.
So the next item is Measure CCQ pertaining to the qualifications. And currently it reads, shall the final paragraph of Section 11 regarding the qualifications related to eligibility for office of city clerk be expanded to include 4 years of experience as a county clerk, city clerk, or registrar in the state of California, or a bachelor's degree and 5 years of experience in accounting.
So it should be county or city clerk? Instead of
Correct.
of?
Oh.
Didn't we
That
say
may be a
chief
typo.
deputy clerk? Did we
It
mention
may
that?
be a typo from the resol.
Maybe Eleanor can
Or-
answer that.
Well, we were discussing
It's a typo.
As a county or city.
putting in the Exhibit B, we have deputy city clerk, and I have an issue with it because we went out, the staff went out to other cities. There are quite a few of deputy city clerk, there's chief deputy city clerk, assistant city clerk, assistant city clerk, I'm sorry, and then deputy town clerk, administrative assistant, municipal clerk. So there are different varieties of what the second in charge is from the city clerk. So I don't know if we should, instead of using deputy city clerk, use something more of, second in charge, or I don't know. Because even the same thing with the county clerk, you want to include that second in charge or the register recorder. So that was my reference of analysis that I received from the different cities. So I don't know how that would be worded. Because I'm concerned if you use deputy city clerk, some cities have deputy city clerk 1, 2, and 3, where the 1 is, starting the entry level. And some cities do have deputy city clerk as an entry level. So that's my only concern with that.
Okay, Councilmember Barrett?
Thank you. Could you light up 3A, Lucy, when you have a moment? Thank you. So just to address the city clerk's comment, it's a valid one. That said, I'm okay with keeping it as deputy clerk, even if that may open the door to a more junior person to at least run for office of city clerk in Redondo Beach, and let the vetting occur during that election process. So I'm concerned about closing it off to only the second in command, as it were. That would be my thought on that. And then I have here on the right side, the question I put out last week about with respect to opening up the position to more potentially qualified candidates, somebody who has 4 more years of service in elected office for the city of Redondo Beach, who has been involved in oversight and elections and other issues, and likely would have a record upon themselves having been an elected officer. And so that is what I've highlighted here for consideration. Thank you.
Councilmember Narenheim.
So you're wanting to add this then as three, as a fourth one?
Fourth, a fourth one. So if you meet that qualification, you'd be eligible to run.
I have a question for the Madam Clerk. When you last ran with an opponent, which is I think the first time when you ran, never again since?
No, I ran in 1999, and there were 6 of us that ran with the incumbent, and went into a runoff, and the prior city clerk, and then she won. And then I ran in 2001 with 2 other candidates, and then won 50% plus one for
Okay.
that election.
How many of those candidates do you recall would be able to fulfill any one of these 4 requirements, potentially 4 requirements?
Well, they all either had the 15 years of accounting or had government accounting. Because remember, we had the qualifications.
Right.
Okay. So then I'll have to ask them, what is the point of adding item number 4? Because if you have 4 more years in service elected office for the city, 4 more years of service in elected office for the city of Redondo Beach, that gives you no qualifications for any of the prior 3 items. It means you can just be a city council member. Then that has no qualifications of any of the prior 3. The point here of this is to ensure that we have qualifications for somebody who gets into the position and does not address the concern that the city clerk has regarding ability to manage people when she brought that up. 4 more years of service in elected office for the city of Redondo Beach. I mean, this could be the city treasurer who doesn't have any knowledge of this. It could be the city attorney who doesn't have any knowledge of this particular area. So I don't see that as a requirement. I don't see it being able to add that.
City council doesn't have.
City council doesn't have any of that.
Wait till I talk.
Yeah,
Stealing my thunder.
Respectfully, I would say no to item number 4, and just keep the other ones as is with the minor amendments.
Okay.
Councilmember Lowenstein.
Don't go there. I mean, this is my 8th year. I'm not qualified to be a city clerk. I'm sorry, I'm just not. And honestly, you've watered down the other 3 qualifications by doing that. There's a lot of thought that goes into it with the 15 credit hours. I've taken managerial accounting, I've taken financial accounting, but I don't have 15 credits, 15 units. And so I understand what you're trying to do in terms of opening up the field, but that's what council's for, that we don't have walls erected for council. But I think certain things that are technically sound and proficient with like clerk or treasurer, I think they do need some qualifications. And I think if we just say, well, if you've served as a council member, that you understand how elections are run or how they run the clerk's office. And I don't. I mean, I'll be honest with you, I don't. And I'm always in awe of what you guys do. So I think that's the wrong place to do this. I think, people can run for mayor, they can run for council. But I think when we're talking about this, and we've talked about this before, when you interview for a job, there are usually qualifications listed. And especially for something that's technical, this is technical. This is a trade. And so I think we should keep it that way and not water it down by saying anybody that got elected can bypass all the other things. So if somebody wants to run for council so that they can run for clerk, go for it, I guess, if that's what you want to do. But I don't think that's the right way of going about it. I think somebody should learn the trade either by working in an office or going to school for it and then doing it. So that's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Abaji.
I appreciate Councilmember Barron's effort to try to open the door for more people to run and encourage more people to run for this office that historically has not been pursued. Maybe an alternative way to go about it, if we can light up 3A again would be, since there isn't support for number 4, and to your point, Councilmember Lowenstein, regarding experience in this office, is to open this up for 4 years of experience in the office of a county or city clerk or registrar in the state of California. So you don't need to have been, needed to have been at the top.
Yeah.
You needed to have experience with that, with those duties. So I would strike that out. So
That's a good way of opening it up, but not.
experience in the office of a county clerk. Yeah. Cool. That's it. Mr. Pinsler is nodding his head no, so we're going to listen eagerly to that.
If I could, we spent a great deal of time talking about this. First of all, the issue here came down to the need for accounting. That's built through all of this. And being a council member, for example, when I was in B school, we didn't count units when I took accounting. So the units don't mean anything. But besides that, it was essential, according to the city clerk and the way that the Charter Review Committee came to it, was to keep accounting as a basic measure. So if you have an ability to be in that position without having accounting by just being 4 years on a council, then you've gone against the concept that's behind all these changes that have been put in here. So whether I agree with them or not, that's what the committee came to. The 4 years thing, the issue that was just raised about 4 years experience in the office of a county or city clerk or registrar. I did consulting with the registrar in Orange County when the electronic voting came to California. There were many members in that group who would say, I was working in the office of the registrar, and their job was to fill out the maps to where the districts might be. Being in the office doesn't mean anything, really. So I really don't think that solves the issue. I think the concern of part number 2 is that there is substantive experience with the city clerk process. And again, our discussion had to do with the city clerk being an electronic manager of data these days, as well as elections. The accounting part was always kind of an add-on, but we've kept it because agreement among the members of the committee. I think if you're trying to find loopholes to be able to allow more people to run for that office, take out accounting. But if you're going to keep accounting, then I think by watering that particular thing down, you've made it so that you do not get the accounting capability. Thanks.
So let me, are you saying strike registrar or?
No, I'm saying in the office, the discussion that was just raised about in the office of the county clerk.
He's saying take that out, but
Yeah,
you can
because
also
that
be
doesn't,
either clerk or
be the
or
clerk,
accounting.
be the county clerk, be the city clerk. Just understand that city clerks in about half of the cities in California are assistants to the city manager because they're small cities.
Right.
So that would give them a qualification to be this. So
What about registrar that we've got in there now?
well, if you are a registrar, either registrar or recorder, there are 2 separate jobs that are involved. If you're in, Lassen County as the registrar, and you move here and you want to be in government and you want to be you've probably had some experience with running elections. That's what registrars do.
Yeah, but what about accounting or records?
You're creating a loophole to not have accounting, which doesn't bother me, but I think it bothered other people on the committee. So I'm just doing that as a report from the committee.
Okay, thank you. Okay, is your hand still up, Councilmember Obaji, or?
Oh, yeah, I was going to respond to what Mr. Pinsler said in that I think your impression about accounting is discerned from speaking to our elected city clerk who has her own perspective. Some others might see the city clerk's office as having less of an accounting role, except for that. That's why we put a cap on an audit of once a year, and more focused on public records act requests, meeting minutes, elections, so on and so forth, modernizing the office, what have you. So I just think, your heavy emphasis on accounning the committees in conjunction with hearing from the city clerk may not be specifically what, we need commission member attendance, that kind of accounting. We're not getting that. So it's not consistent with potentially the policy goals of this council or future councils or whatnot. And seeing this is a document for the ages, I think the ultimate goal is to get as many people as possible onto the ballot and let the voters decide who's going to be best for this job to lead this clerk's office.
The issue of.
Do you have a specific question for him? Because I feel like we're breaching protocol now here.
It had to do with what was said before.
I don't think anybody.
Eleanor ran against people. Nobody vetted
Nobody
that those people were
questioned
there.
you, so. Okay. That leads us so I'm a little confused on this. Since we're mashing these together, are we just going to have one authorization for the ballot argument?
No,
I thought we split them
these are
apart.
different separate measures.
They are separate.
But it's one
One
resolution, so you're not letting us do two different.
No, we are measure CCT, CCQ.
Okay. So
Or CCD.
Why is there only one resolution?
anybody else have a comment? Pretty good.
Well, I have a comment. I do believe, to your point, Councilmember Baji, regarding the policies of where we're going in the city clerk's office to do accounting. I mean, it's been taken away by fiat, as was said, by fiat, it was taken away, that responsibility was taken away by both the treasurer and the city clerk's office, no longer being done in that area. Now it's being done in-house city staff, a lot of this. So do we even need to have those requirements in there? And that's what it really comes down to. And in fact, we're still having this conversation here the last 11th hour. I mean, it really, I think, gives great pause to me for even including these changes. That would be my comments on that.
I think it's a valid point. I would say we've actually added more ways to become eligible through this. So that hopefully addresses your point where you don't have to have accounting experience and still be able to do this. That would be number two.
I will tell you, I personally question, if we're putting qualifications in, if you put registrar, that's a very slim expertise for a job that's a lot broader
Yeah.
than just.
It's an or.
It's an or.
As long as it says or, which it does, right?
Each of these are.
Disjunctive test.
Or at
Any
the end.
aspect of the disjunctive test, you qualify.
Look at you in those words.
Or.
Right. So, may I make a motion?
Councilmember Narenheimer.
My hand's down, sorry, or let me put it down, sorry.
All right, so if I may?
Yes.
All right, continue the motion. We already discussed CCD, which was, if you light up 3A, just to be clear, the ballot question amended as was previously indicated. Actually, forget it. I'm just going to go to this item, CCQ. And for CCQ would be just to incorporate these three with amending number 2 to say 4 years of experience in the office of a county or city clerk or registrar in the state of California. And everything else to remain the same.
I'll tell you right now, I'm against the or. Registrar.
Or
There are people
registrar.
within,
Or registrar.
there are people within those, though, that are not specifically doing clerk's work, right?
Especially the registrar.
Yeah, so I
And it's
think
an
we have to
or.
Can I take out the registrar?
That would be my preference, but I don't vote.
Can you move this, move the
don't
sticky
vote,
off
you
the
should
side,
vote.
please, for me, please? Yeah, thank you.
I don't know how you,
Wait, isn't the registrar the one who conducts the elections for the county?
yes.
Yeah.
That's a huge component of what the clerk does.
In our city.
It is, but what I'm saying is, there are people within that department that do things other than, I'm sure, the registrar's office is hundreds of people, right?
And I'm sorry.
Go ahead, no, it's okay. They do things other than conducting elections. I'm sure, maybe somebody is customer service or whatever it is. I mean, does that qualify them for becoming a city clerk?
I would say that I honestly think that the way it's written now is a better, without the strike through, keeping deputy clerk, because it's limiting those in the registrar's office to, are you a county or city clerk, deputy clerk, or registrar in the state of California?
Yeah, I think that's
it's-
probably.
I think in the office opens it up to very, maybe too broadly. And I think that as we're adding 2 more ways for someone to qualify as a candidate, I think we are moving in that direction, but I don't want to go too far.
Okay.
I would remove the deputy in there. I disagree with keeping it as broad as possible. And that was our intent last time. That's why I agreed to this, these qualifications. It's keeping a baseline of qualifications. But it's still keeping it broad and open.
So you want deputy clerk out?
I don't know what deputy clerk means, because
It means a lot of different
and that's the thing.
That's the problem.
And to the Madam Clerk's point earlier, I've seen plenty of other cities and areas around the state when I go and talk to other council members in other places, what they call their clerk's office and who works in there. So you just don't know. Their definition is all very customized according to their pay and other responsibilities, and how many people that are working there. So county, I like your sticky that you had in there, 4 years of experience working in a county or city clerk or registrar in the state of California, or I just don't,
You would have to say as a city clerk,
Because
because then you're opening, if you put in the office, then you can have a job in their office.
if I call the registrar's office and somebody answers, that does not qualify them to be a clerk. Maybe they do, but likely not. They're not conducting elections, or they're not doing the other things that clerks do. Go ahead.
Do you recall my question to Lucy when she was sitting over there was, what would you do if somebody who was not qualified came up and was the city clerk? Oh, they'd put them through training, they'd educate them, so on and so forth. She didn't think that it would be an issue, and so on. So, so I don't know. I just feel like if we take this out, I'm fine with doing it. I'm not diehard on any of this stuff, but I just think that number 2 doesn't really, if you take these out, number 2 opens the door for pretty much nobody, because you're gonna want a county clerk from somewhere to come to Redondo Beach to become the city, to run, for city clerk, where they're unknown in this, potentially in the city, or a city clerk from another city to drop that position and move over here to run for city clerk, or a registrar for some county to come over here and decide to run for clerk. Like, let's just eliminate 2 altogether, because there's nobody who's going to qualify for city clerk in the city based on those things. So if you want to open it up, maybe you bump it up to 8 years of experience in a city clerk's office, but that way you actually open it up to somebody.
So you're saying add back in the office of?
In the
So that-
office, but maybe change it to 8 years if you want more experience. And yeah, maybe they won't have the exact experience.
Yeah, and I just said, if I may, Mayor, 2 things very quick. May I speak?
Yes, you've been.
First one is to step back for a moment. There is the city clerk, and I'm not speaking of our city clerk. There's the office of the city clerk. But what's critical in the function of that office is the staff that is hired by that city clerk. They're the ones on the ground, getting the job done, interacting day in, day out. So yes, the experience and qualifications of the city clerk, that office, are important, but there's much more. It's the judgment, it's the management, it's the people skills and everything else that go into it. And so I mentioned that to take a little emphasis off of the importance of kind of having a litmus test in these qualifications. So that's why I'm open to the proposal from Councilmember Obaji to add in the language in the office of, and have more candidates to come in that way. So anyway, those are my thoughts. Second thing I was for the city attorney to ask if he had any legal concerns about anything we have here, and we'll wait to hear.
Let's,
So I'm kind of getting to the point where
yeah,
number
let's
two is not
decide.
even required, because the
Yeah.
other two are the wider ones, and if you have a city clerk or county clerk, they're gonna qualify somewhere in those two.
Well, and also, if you're trying to widen it, you don't go from 4 to 8. You go from 8 to 4.
Well, I
because
was
it's fewer.
He was
sensing
winding the other
hesitation
part
on
of
your
the
part to go with 4, so I was
Yeah.
trying to compromise.
No, I understand that. I mean, I don't know. I just, and I get what you're saying, Scott, but I also think that the folks that work there should not be training the person that is overseeing them. They should have the experience coming in to and contribute that experience. That's my thought on it, so.
Imagine this. Imagine one day Ms. Manzano retires, doesn't run for office. Now, wouldn't it be awesome if somebody who works in the city clerk's office could run for city clerk in Redondo Beach, in the same city where they've served? Yes. Would they qualify under number 1? Depends on what classes they took in their 15 units. And then what if they weren't assigned while they worked in the city of Redondo Beach to municipal accounting, but they were dealing instead with Public Records Act requests and things at the counter and the like? That wouldn't qualify them. So.
Yeah, that's a good point. Okay, we need to bring this home, guys. So what do you want to put for?
I'd favor what we have, 8 years of experience as a compromise, or
In the office,
6
though.
years in the office of.
Did you say 4? Yeah, I'm fine with 4.
How about
4?
5, and that's 2 terms? 5 years, and that would be,
I think 5.35.
5 years?
Whatever, fine.
Sure, it's consistent with the prior one, that it's
Yeah.
5 years of experience, so
Okay.
there we go.
Okay.
All right,
And
so
to,
moved.
and to answer Councilman Barron's question, no, I don't have any legal concerns.
Good.
So concise.
Okay, so adding to your original, just to clarify, adding to your original motion,
Resolution to pass the resolution, now including Exhibit B as amended on the screen, where number 2 says 5 years of experience in the office of a county or city clerk, deputy clerk. Oh, I'm sorry, we're going to cross out deputy clerk. Or registrar in the state of California. Is there a second?
Second.
well, we kind of had a second.
I had
You
a second.
You accept the change?
I'll accept it.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second. Anyone wish to address this item?
Good evening again, Council, Mayor, Bram Morocco, District 3, former member of the Charter Commission. I'm actually more concerned about Section 12 of this resolution, which deals with getting ballot statements in. You have a very tight deadline. The last time it came up for our charter changes, there was no responses to any of the stuff. So there needs to be a better job. You're only giving them 1 week. I don't even know when it's going to get published on the bulletin board, but you're only giving people 1 week to put in a ballot statement against the resolution. I think you need a little bit more time so that the public can at least participate in the process. So that would be my suggestion, is that you give them a little bit more time. I know you have deadlines with when it has to get to the county for publication, but that would be my suggestion. Also, we had the same discussion you had going back and forth about qualifications and everything like that. But what you also have to keep in mind with all of these proposals is you have to be able to make the public understand what it is and what you're doing. And hopefully at the end of the process, you will actually have reached that goal, that you can feel comfortable that the public's going to understand what you're doing.
Anyone else from the public wish to address this? Anyone online?
There are no hand raised online.
Okay, so
Also-
with that.
Also,
motion-
Mayor, oh, just a minute, Mayor. Also, council need to decide if you're gonna authorize a member to do the arguments
I
for,
was just gonna get.
for. Okay, thank you.
So you have to, if we want someone from the council to write the argument for, we have to authorize them as part of this motion.
Eleanor as the clerk?
Anybody who wants to be volunteered or voluntold?
Could we ask Eleanor as the clerk?
No.
No?
Yeah, I'll do the treasurer.
Is that?
I'll do the treasurer one, not this one.
We're just doing clerk right now.
Yeah.
You have the clerk,
I don't think the clerk should do their own arguments in favor of, like, that would look bad.
especially in election, she's running.
She's not running.
She's not running.
She's as in
I'm not
running the
running.
election, right?
Oh.
Like
Administering.
Administering, yeah, yes.
That too.
Mayor Monterey? All right,
I'll do, what was it? It's qualifications and what was the other one? Duties?
I'm happy to team up with
Well, those are
ChatGPT.
two
and do
different
it,
ones,
but-
right?
Those are
I
two
know.
different ones, and that's what I'm saying.
Those are two
Maybe I'll just
separate-
do one of them. I'll do the duties, and someone else want to do the qualifications?
Sure, I'll do the qualifications.
All right.
So that, add that to your motion,
So added.
and do you accept that?
I accept that.
Anything else we need to cover in this?
I'll write it for you. You do
I'm
it, you
fine, I
sign it?
can do it.
All right, so it'll be Councilmember Kalajirovich and Councilmember Naranine
Okay.
on
doing,
CCQ,
Qualifications.
CCQ and CCD
Yeah,
respectively.
I'll do the duties.
Okay. Anything else we need in this in this motion?
I think that's it.
Okay. Let's see, any other public?
Called a vote.
None?
No e-comments and no hand.
Okay, all four?
Aye.
Anybody opposed? Okay, on to M2.
Thank you, Mayor. I just need a quick minute to switch back here. So this next item is M2, and it's related to resolution number CC 2412-118. And that also has two exhibits and two proposed measures. Exhibit A is related to the duties. Exhibit B is related to the qualifications.
Okay. Mr. City Treasurer, did you want to speak to this, or have any
I would just,
comment?
I would make a note, based on a conversation the council had at our last meeting, in coordination with the city attorney and with the city clerk and the city manager. There's a blue folder item for this where we have consolidated, we have struck through item E, essentially consolidated items D and E to reflect the conversations that I just mentioned. The idea being that the city treasurer would have access to create and/or review reports of all receipts, revenues, fees collected, fund balances, wire transfers, demands, bank accounts, utilizing the city's financial system. This enables us to identify those types of reports that were a concern in the last iteration of this. It also allows for transparency for the city treasurer's office in the pursuit of managing monthly cash flows for the investments. That is the one change from your last viewing of this item.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. Anyone have their hand up to just?
I don't,
Have a
I don't
space.
mind that. I think, I don't have any other addendums or changes. Neither do I.
And you're good with this?
Oh, I'm
Yes.
good with it. Oh, me?
Oh, Mayor Pro Tem, you're addressing me?
Yeah, sorry.
Yes, I'm good with this, yes. Mayor Pro Tem.
All right, any comments?
So
No? Okay,
I'll make, that's actually on the duties, right? This is the duties.
this is duties.
So we can do it all motions once.
Yeah, because there's one resolution. So if there are no comments on duties, any public comment on duties?
Let's just go to qualification, and we'll take
Got it.
public comment on that.
You're back.
Okay.
There have been no changes to the qualifications component. We had just a moment ago that discussion that Councilmember Barron had brought up with regard to the electeds. I don't know if you wish to address that within here again, or if you feel sufficient discussion has been made of that, certainly up to the council. I would not be in favor of adding an item 4 for the city, previous city elected positions here. If, as your discussion went, the idea is for this person in this role who's running to have experience within this arena, that is not necessarily, it may be so, but not necessarily gathered as an elected official on the council, attorney, or clerk. The other thought here would be the idea that if you've had work experience on the council in the markets and analysis, then you would qualify under Section 3. And you would make that argument to the clerk or whoever was making a dispositive judgment of that. I would agree with your previous decision with regard to the clerk, in this case, not to have an item 4 with city council or other elected experience being a qualifier.
Okay, Councilmember Barrett, do you have your?
I did, Mayor, thank you. And Lucy, if you could light up 3A. All right, so on the left are the current proposed qualifications for the office of city treasurer. And then on the right are potential additional alternative qualifications. First one we received from input from a resident, actually. And it would be the alternative additional qualification to make someone eligible for city treasurer, 4 or more years of work experience in municipal government as a treasurer, deputy treasurer, finance director, or deputy finance director. Similar to what we discussed a moment ago, with the corollary being the city clerk. And the other item I put out for discussion, and to be clear, this is a different animal here, this charter amendment. There have previously been no qualifications required in the charter for city treasurer. And there's probably a reason for that. I agree we should add something here, and we have. So, you know, do we want to add, and I'm not strongly advocating, but I think it's important to put out there, 4 more years of service in elected office for the city of Redondo Beach would also qualify somebody for city treasurer, especially because in that position of the reliance on staff to perform the duties, and in light of the guardrails that already exist under state law with respect to restrictions on types of investment and the like. So these are 2 items that I put forward in good faith and for consideration by council. Thank you, Mayor.
Or, to clarify, is the or to replace 1, 2, and 3?
It would be in addition, so it'd be 1 or 2 or 3 or 4 or 5.
Okay.
It does, so number 4 that he's suggesting does put it in more in line with what we've done with the city clerk.
True. However, I would say that anyone in any of those
Would
jobs
qualify
would
under
qualify
another.
under 1, 2, or 3. Certainly finance.
I have Councilmember Abaji with his hand up, but he's got, Councilmember Narenheim.
Yeah, so if we're gonna add, so again, going to the same, if you want to be, all things being equal, then city clerk, deputy treasurer, what's deputy treasurer? Deputy finance director, what's deputy finance director? It's the same thing. It could be someone working at the first level, second level, third level. There's no definition there. I mean, there's no consistency. So I don't know exactly what that means. Otherwise, you were saying 4 more years of working in municipal government as a treasurer, finance director. You would have, I think Councilmember Kalajevich's point, you'd have 1, 2, or 3, I would hope. Something of that. And then number 5, 4 or more years in service elected office of the city. I mean, city council approves the policies given forth by the city treasurer. We rely upon, if the point here is to put qualifications in here, we're relying upon them having qualifications. Now you have a situation where someone's on city council, we're there for 4 years, now you've gotten rid of those qualifications that we're actually relying on in 1, 2, and 3. That's the first thing. The second thing is, if you're gonna add 4 and 5 with the broad strokes here, you're essentially, going back to my original point at the very beginning, is not, we shouldn't be having original qualifications to begin with. It's for the voters to decide.
No moats.
Right? No moats, exactly. And so if we're gonna do 4 and 5, why do you even have any of these qualifications in here? And that's would be my vote. That's where I would go with that.
So what do you want to do? Stick with the original 3?
I would only, I have huge heartburn just voting for the 1, 2, and 3. But it's pretty broad. I see what's trying to be accomplished. So I would vote to accept that, but just that.
Yeah.
Okay.
And I was gonna say valid points. That's why I added 4 and 5, so we don't have a moat. So it's 1 or 2 or 3 or 4 or 5, no moat.
Yeah. And then we didn't, why have qualifications? That's my point.
And just to correct one thing, the modification was, this is unlike before where you had 2 11.1s that were in competing. I've created a new section, 11.101. It doesn't have to be labeled that way, but.
You cracked the code. You did it.
Correct.
Writing the code.
Thank you.
Cracked it because he's
Okay.
writing it.
So anybody want to take a crack at a motion?
Like for jokers.
Since I can't make one.
You want
I'll make a motion to approve the original Exhibit B.
which is 1, 2, and 3.
Well, actually, we'd have to have the other items as well.
Yes, but as part of it.
Yeah, so we would just approve all the items as came before us. We didn't make any changes in the other one, right?
There was a change in Exhibit A.
Yeah, but that came to before us in this document. We didn't do it on the fly tonight.
No, correct.
Yeah, so I will just make a motion to approve the 2, to approve the resolution as is with the 2 exhibits
And
as
who's
is.
going to write the arguments for?
I'll write the duties,
You like duties.
I'll do, yeah, because I don't agree with the qualifications, but I'll do the duties. Yeah, and no one else is gonna do it, so.
If I could, just to be crystal clear, the motion to approve the blue folder
Exhibits.
amendment exhibit.
To amend the resolution, you're approving a resolution, you're amending it from what you voted to put on the ballot last time.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And not make further
Make any
modifications.
further. Yeah. And then who would you?
Just so I understand.
Yeah.
You are against having qualifications, but also against adding more ways to qualify.
Because this essentially puts it up to anybody.
Well, not anybody.
Right.
I mean, it's,
Trying to square that away in your intention.
there shouldn't be any qualifications. It's been my stance from the very beginning.
But
The
you're
voters
also
decide.
against having more qualifications. I mean, more ways to qualify. I'm just trying to figure out.
That's a
Where
lot
we're
of
supposed to be.
ways. Those 3 ways are a lot of ways to qualify.
I agree with Councilmember Kaladerovich and Nierenheim. I was
Well, look,
not
he's
in
got the
fa-
floor.
He's got the floor. My
motion. It's
apologies.
the 3.
I'll
The
say,
3. All we're trying to do right now is finish his motion with who's the second writer.
yeah, so just to your point, Councilmember Kalajevic, if 4 and 5 goes on there, I would not be voting on CTQ because then there really just should not be any qualifications whatsoever. So my motion is to accept the resolution and the amended blue folder items from today. for the two treasurer ballot measure amendments for city charter, and to assign myself as the CTD duties, arguments in favor of, and to assign the CTQ arguments in favor of to be.
Gene Solomon, the treasurer.
You want to write?
I would disagree, Councilmember Obaji. I don't feel that the person sitting in this role should make argument for creating additional barriers to entry.
Yeah.
Are they barriers?
Let's not get into the philosophical. We just need a
Okay.
name of someone.
Anyone?
I'm not in favor of barriers to entry either.
Does anyone want to do?
I gotta pull up the blue folder now.
What does it do?
So again.
No one
you
has to
don't-
be assigned tonight.
It's on the screen.
And again, you don't have to, well,
That
You
that
don't
could
have
be
to
a.
assign it because it'll just be
you don't have
open,
to
right?
sign.
Yes, exactly.
right.
So we can just leave it as is, open. There you go. That's a good solution.
And you have no changes for the title, correct? The question?
No, I didn't read the question earlier. I did not see if I have any.
Not the duties.
Okay, so the motion is
Yeah, we'll pull up
nobody
public.
on the second part of that. That will leave it open. Do we have a second?
I'll second it.
Okay, we have a motion and a second before, okay. Just a minute before. So we're going to vote on that in a minute, and we'll open up to the public right now for discussions on both halves of that.
According to the administrative report, the proposed ballot title says, "Shall the city treasurer amend and update the city treasurer's duties?" That's not what's going on. Shall the voters amend and update the city treasurer's duties? So whether that's part of the presentation or not, but the way it's written in this, it may be, I didn't see the blue folder item, so it might have changed that. But right now, what I'm reading from the administrative report says, 2A, shall the city treasurer amend and update the city treasurer's duties? And that's not what's going on. The voters will be doing that.
See it as shall, section 11.1 regarding the city treasurer's duties be amended to delete the duty to receive.
Can you project what's the blue folder item that we're,
Okay, hold on. I'm looking at the wrong one.
we need to get to the shall state, the ballot
Part
statement.
of the resolution, it wasn't in the blue folder.
The question on the ballot.
Yeah, it's in the, it's a part of the.
Okay, so it's different than in the administrative report. Okay.
The administrative report indicated that was a temporary proposed ballot question prepared by the clerk's office, and then I prepared the blue folder, which you see in front of you.
Okay, great.
But the ballot question is, in fact, a question for the council, so feel free to amend it. I just did it so you'd have something to work from that I felt comfortable with.
Should we put in that article XI? You can. Oh, yeah, that's not right.
This is simple. It's somewhat easy to understand.
You're good with it just as written? Okay.
I am too. I think it's fine. It's simple.
Okay, so we have a motion. Is any other member of the public wish to address this item?
And then are you okay with the other question as well?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, do we have anybody online?
Mayor, we do not have anyone with their hand raised online.
Okay.
Hello, may I speak?
Yes.
Okay. This is Andy Porchop. I don't know if you're familiar with the situation in Torrance, the Treasury and the Treasury Department. So over there, what happened, Leroy Jackson found a loophole and got rid of basically the Treasury Department. And I think The city treasurer is a very, very important in every city, not just in Torrance, but Redondo Beach and other cities. And, you know, a treasurer should oversee all the money comes into the city and make sure, you know, that goes to the right places. And I don't think city treasurer should be qualified over what you try to vote on. It needs a decent, honest person. That's all you need, a decent, honest person who takes care of the incoming of the money to the city of treasury department. And in the city of Torrance, they got a loophole and they got basically rid of the treasury department and everything, all the money comes into the city finance department. So all of a sudden, in the city of Torrance, all the American principles went out to the window because checks and balances, you know what I mean? In America, we have checks and balances. And I understand should be a treasurer should be qualified and should need schooling and this and that. But if somebody interested in a job, you know, they educate themselves. You know what I mean? I did not go to college, but I know some things, you know, on my own. Jimi Hendrix never went to a music academy, and he was the best guitar player, and so on. You know, lots of people, CEOs, they did not go to college. They did not waste their time, you know. They just got there like, you know, Bill Gates, or, you know, I could say other people. So I think it should be very simple, you know, if the people vote for somebody, or, you know, all this overqualification, it's like, you know, takes away people's chance to run, people who would really be a good person, you know, but if they're not going to have an education and 4 years experience and this and that, they even don't get a chance, you know, they don't even get a chance to run. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Anyone else? Okay, before I call the vote, I do want to say, I think it's a bad sign when the council who's supposed to be advocating for these things can't even find a writer for the argument for. But that indicates to me we're not that really strongly behind it, so. And I know Councilmember Nair, you can't write everything, and you're not necessarily for the qualifications, so.
I'm sure one of the members of the Charter the Review Committee that was so passionate about these changes will jump to the clerk's office to sign it.
And then once, with that, we approve who gets to write it, right? If there's more than one, is that correct, City Attorney?
No,
Whoever shows
first
up
come, first serve.
If there's more than one,
Yeah, actually, it's based on the priorities in section 14 for setting priorities for arguments. So once you assign someone, they are the first priority. And then if you don't have anyone, then it goes to an individual voter, bona fide association of citizens, or a combination of voters and association who are the bona fide, well, there's no sponsored proponents. So that's the order. So when they come in, if I get more than one, then it goes based on first come, first serve.
So an association would get first choice if any of you goes in, but an individual is the last.
okay, got it, thank you. Okay, with that, I'll call the vote. All for?
Aye.
Anybody opposed? Okay, M3.
Okay, Mayor, before we start, we need to read the resolution first. So I'm not sure if you read the first one, Lucy.
No, we didn't.
Yeah, I was gonna say, we didn't.
Yeah, we need to.
I was going to read them at the end, but I can do it now.
Yes,
M1 is adopt by title only, resolution number CC 2412-117, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Redondo Beach, California, amending resolution number CC 2412-112, ordering the submission to the qualified voters of the city of certain measures relating to amending Charter Article 11, elective officers, powers and duties of Section 11, City Clerk, Article 12, City Manager, powers and duties, Section 12.3, powers and duties, and Article 20, funds, disbursements, and liabilities, Section 20.1, approval of demands and setting procedural details for the election to be held on Tuesday, March 4th, 2025, as called by resolution number CC 2410-090. And agenda item M2, adopt by title only resolution number CC 2412-118, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Redondo Beach, California, amending resolution number CC 2412-113, ordering the submission to the qualified voters of the city of certain measures relating to amending Charter Article 11, elective officers, powers and duties, Section 11.1, city treasurer, and setting procedural details for the election to be held on Tuesday, March 4th, 2025, as called by resolution number CC 2410-090.
Thank you.
Okay, now on to M3.
I don't think M3 has changed at all since you considered it last week. The only thing you may want to consider is the ballot question. Do you want to include the multiple sections from the title of the charter that you're amending? So usually you put the sections in, but with larger sections, like when you made things gender neutral, there was no way to fit it in and have it be readable and to be within the 75 words. So you can take, it's up to you. You can go either with what this says, you know, the explanation, or if you look at the top of the resolution that has all the sections in there. You wouldn't have to have the title of the sections the way it's, you know, not Section 915 ordinance publication, budget hearing and adoption. You wouldn't need that. You could just put the article number and the section number. If, and that's a question for the clerk, you can add those and get in within the 75 words.
Yeah, right now we have 43 words.
So you probably could if you wish.
Correct.
It's just a long list that seems to confuse people.
Well, that's.
I would be in favor of not adding them.
Okay, I have no hands up.
I'll make
No
a motion.
discussion. Is everybody happy with this? You want to make a,
Yeah.
remember, we got to pick, if someone on the council's going to write.
Yeah, I'll make a motion to approve the resolution and adopt this resolution, approve and adopt this resolution, and accept the question, and I'll put myself down as the proponent, if someone else wants to as well, put it down, one big happy team. That's all we need, right? Those two. We don't have any changes. Perfect.
I'll work with you if you want, no.
Okay, perfect.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any member of the public wish to address this item?
Mr. Printer.
Just one quick thing, and the question to Mike.
Just wait till you get up to the mic.
The question to Mike, the issue of state law and how this will relate to that and our status as a charter.
So the Charter Review Committee is trying to get out ahead of the seeming demise of local papers without having us in violation of state law or having some project get sued because we didn't follow the publishing as required by state law. So this leaves to a future time, whatever is purely a municipal matter can be done, and you have defined ways and expansive or is otherwise authorized by charter amendment or ordinance.
And the only reason I say that is somewhere in here should this say, according to state law in this, and because if state law goes away or they change the law to permit no longer to not have those requirements anymore. The only thing I'm trying to do is to make it so that our charter is ready for the change when that happens, which will happen during the next 10, 15 years, which is what we try to do with charter changes. But the issue is that we have to follow state law now, but the state law, if it changes, we will be ready for it.
Well, it is in section 19 If you can go down to the, because one of the areas that's most
Is bidding.
concerning is Public Works, and you
Right.
can see, or is otherwise permitted by section 19.5 or by state law. And
Okay.
so, and that came from the Charter Review
Right.
Committee that you put in there, and that's why that's why
Want
I
to make sure
inserted
that was
that.
clear.
Okay, any other member of the public wish to address the council on this item? Anybody online?
There's no one with their hand raised, Mayor.
Okay, all for?
Aye.
Anybody opposed? Okay, do you want to read the?
I will read that. And just for clarification, who made the second?
Councilmember Obaji.
Thank you.
Second was also designated, Councilmember Narenheim and Mayor Light.
Thank you. And that is to adopt by title only resolution number CC 2412-119, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Redondo Beach, California, amending resolution number CC 2412-114, ordering the submission to the qualified voters of the city of certain measures relating to amending Charter Article 9, Section 9.15, ordinances publication, Article 17, Section 17.9, budget hearing and adoption, and Article 19, Sections 19, Public Works, contracts, and 19.5, legal notices, contracts for publication for the election to be held on Tuesday, March 4th, 2025, as called by resolution number CC 2410-090.
Okay, thank you. Item M4.
I don't believe this is any changes from the motion you gave direction on previously, your meeting 2 times ago, and the motion that passed last time. The only thing is you definitely have room, if you wish to change the ballot question. If you could show that. You definitely have room to add, go down to the title. The articles and section there without necessarily the title of each section. Well, not without it. So, and with that, I turn it over to the council.
Okay, thank you. So before we dive into this, I sense that there was some disagreement amongst the council last time on the definitions related to residency. And the option here, I believe, is we could still vote to put the right terminology on the mayor, saying yes to be a resident to match what the other elected officials are. And we could avoid at this point putting into the charter the actual definitions.
You could do that. The city attorney, city clerk, and city treasurer don't have the continued residency. They have something similar in the old days, which is you couldn't leave the city for more than 30 days. But it's not just the mayor that doesn't have the continued residency. The problem will be, as came up the last time this came before the council, is there is no definition.
I understand.
And so, in the future, and since it's a fundamental right to hold office, and the tie goes to the office holder, so to speak, to use a baseball term, it's in anything but the clearest case, you're setting up a future council for trying to answer the unanswerable, because there are different definitions in different, okay.
I understand.
All right.
I was told last time, though, that the mayor was the only position that didn't have a residency requirement after election. Was that incorrect?
If I may, I think it's the declaration of a vacancy where the mayor did not have. Yeah.
But the other ones have it.
The other ones have it.
Yeah.
And the
Okay.
vacancy will be, if you see.
That's what I thought from last time. So. Okay, Councilmember Narenheim.
Yeah, I don't see that aspect in here, that this is now going to, for every, like, where is that, where it says every, it's in the,
Ballot question.
it's in the ballot question, but I don't see that, where is that in the
Text of the charter.
text of the charter? Thank you.
Okay.
That Exhibit A?
Those are the proposed changes.
8.6?
That's for the mayor.
That is a new proposed 8.6. So the changes that were before you, and this came from before, is changing 6.5 to define resident based on the Elections Code, Section 349B. Having a vacancy declared by the council, which there hadn't been a provision for the mayor.
Okay, so.
And the other thing is, what is proposed being added in the next section, 10.2 vacancies, is a provision that the city clerk, city treasurer, city attorney, they would lose their office if they cease to be a resident.
Okay.
Which
So-
is not in there now.
So we're taking this from state law. What if state law changes regarding the definition of domicile changes according to state law?
Well, that's why I suggest, so there's a motion made by Obaji, Councilman Obaji, that you seconded, and you may recall 2 times ago, you were bringing up 349B, and I was suggesting not to refer to 349B explicitly of the concern. That could change to be something that you didn't want. And I think then the substitute motion said, okay, use the language from the election code, but don't specifically refer to it. And there are different elections code, all of which I provided you all. There are different definitions within the election code. There are different definitions within the government code. And to your point, it's better to put a specific definition that you feel good about, that is clear in the charter, because it becomes kind of the unanswerable question, which definition of resident applies?
So if the state law, state code changes for this, the charter would be out of essentially compliance, and state law would take over.
I'm amazed that you would come to that conclusion after SB 415. So in election matters, it's one of the constitutional reservation of rights for charter cities. It's why we prevailed in the trial court on 415. It's why the city won many years ago on upholding term limits for school board members. So we don't have to be in compliance with state law, and state law isn't even in compliance with itself because there are different definitions.
So I don't mean to truncate this, but the shorter answer is state law won't override our charter.
Okay.
Right, unless we refer to pick a section of state
Right,
law,
right.
and then we have no
And
control
so-
over them
and
changing it.
Let me jump in here just for one question, Nils, and then I'll give you, I apologize. So that's why you wrote the definition in the charter and not as part of an ordinance?
No,
Is the-
I wrote it in the chart, well, I wrote it in the charter because that was the motion that the council made.
Okay, but you wouldn't have heartburn if it was in a,
Ordinance?
Well, it would be a problem if it's written in the ordinance because there's an issue of whether a council can end up defining resident in a way that costs another elected official their job.
Okay. I'm sorry. I
And
jumped
that
on you
wasn't the
there.
proposal of the Charter Review Committee anyways, so.
I'll let you continue. I'll give you the floor back. I apologize.
Thank you. I mean, that kind of, yeah. All right. So this defines then what a domicile is. But what it doesn't do is actually assign the person and qualify the person to the domicile. So while a resident is now defined clearly here as domicile, the definition of a domicile is defined. We're not actually qualifying the person to that location in here because this 3-point test that's being used does not satisfy the many other aspects of how a person's intentions or person's actions or a person's registered address actually is. So this wouldn't solve the whole problem. This would only solve and potentially bring up other issues. So
I would agree that doesn't solve the whole problem. Again, I never suggested 349B. I gave you the list of not exhaustible list of different definitions that are both in the election code and in the government code where they come up with qualifications for different people. You wouldn't have to necessarily, for example, equate resident with domicile. One of the sections that I gave you and printed out, and I'm trying to look for it right now, is a more exhaustive list of factors for how you're to consider domicile for a, well, I'll just have to look it up.
11/25/24 is when you send it.
What?
2026, domicile of a legislator.
Yeah, well, sorry. Go ahead. What was the section?
Election code 2026 domicile of
Yeah.
legislator.
So if you can put that up, since I don't think I can. Does someone have, Lucy, can you put that up? So as you may recall, when Councilman Robaji made the motion that you seconded and you were focused on 349B, I encouraged the council and the mayor to look at all the different sections. It's going to be a problem no matter what. I don't in any way want this to perceive as I'm recommending this. I'm not. I was directed to put that in. I do think there'll be problems if there's no definition, but you could put a more expansive. So you can see there are, and actually it refers to 349, and then it gives other factors which can be used to consider that. Now, I would never, again, same thing, I wouldn't recommend putting 2026 referring to it, but if you wanted to be more exhaustive and give more guidelines to help a future council face with that, you could use those definitions. You know, you can get, if you're paying taxes, they use different definitions for resident. And so that's the crux of the problem, is that there are many different definitions of residence, some equated to domicile, some don't. This gives a further explanation, and all I was doing was suggesting you may want to focus in on all the different things, but not having anything probably means a council will be faced with the unanswerable in anything but the most blatant, violation.
Okay, so I hear that this could potentially bring a lot of other issues to the table. And I do not hear that this is a lengthy discussion, further discussion. I don't think that we have solved. I know the city charter committee discussed this as well, and they specifically did not go to the second part here and wanted that part in there. They only wanted to start off for them is ensuring that the city mayor had a definition in there. And if I believe that's correctly, I'm sure we have two charter members committee members who would come down and speak to that. But that's all I would be comfortable with moving forward on to ensure that the mayor's position, I would sign that and I would vote for that, but I would not vote for making it any more lengthy or convoluted because as we've just heard from the city attorney's office, that this could be open up more can of worms than we would need at a later date. So.
Okay, if you hear that, that's not what I'm saying. So what I'm saying is the same can of worms will exist, which is we have a requirement for the council and the council only that they remain a resident, and we have no definition for resident. And so whatever definition the council feels best, that would be good to put in to try and resolve this in the future. That's all I'm saying.
Okay, got it. Anything else, Councilmember Narenheim?
I'm done.
Councilmember Kalajerovich.
Yeah, I would just say that, this has come up as an issue in the past, recently, and we have an opportunity to address it here. We have some proposals. I think if we were to require that fix the lack of requirement for the mayor without a definition, there's no point. So I am open to the discussion of what we are going to land on as far as a definition of domicile. I think what is there is simple and I think could be measurable, but if we want to make it more broad, this 2026 domiciled legislator with many more definitions or ways to qualify that is reasonable too. I do think that this, as I said, was an issue that needs to be addressed. I'm finished, go ahead.
I will tell you, I'm more confused by 2026 than what's in there. Because it basically says your domicile is what you registered at.
Well, that
you
was.
can exclude all these other things that you may own property.
Right, and so I'm not recommending anyone.
I
but
understand.
So I gave this list to the Charter Review Committee in January of 2023.
I don't want to go through the whole list.
Well, I'm just saying.
We're at where we're at, and I understand you're not recommending anything.
Right, that's all. I'm just saying, some definition is better than no definition. If you can't coalesce around it.
And you prefer it in the charter, because then if we did it by ordinance, council could somehow.
Well, you can't.
Manipulate it.
Right.
Politically. Okay, Councilmember Obaji.
I fully agree with what Councilmember Kalajerovich just said. Not with regard to 2026, I think that's confusing, and also those are items that you can eliminate in disregard. But the further consideration, we've had this situation before where we're, did the council member move out or not? But another thing we should consider is that the mayor doesn't currently have a residency requirement, right? And the mayor also doesn't have an attendance requirement. So the mayor could stop showing up, they can move to San Diego, Orange County, wherever, Hawaii, and continue to be mayor for 4 years and nobody's taking him or her off the position. Is that right, Mr. City Attorney? As it currently stands?
That's correct, unless they were
All
recalled.
right, so we need to pass this, and I'll make a motion to pass resolution number CC-2412-120, amending resolution CC-2412-115.
And who do you propose writing?
Happy to write it. Yeah, Councilmember Kaljurevich, work with you on it?
I can't do anything. I'm traveling. That's why I didn't volunteer for anything. So it's due by Tuesday, right?
It's 1 week from today.
Yeah, that's why.
as well.
Sweet. Yeah. There we go.
Councilmember Barron. Oh, I'm sorry, did we get a second?
I'll second.
Okay.
Thank you, Mayor. Lucy,
Oh, I'm sorry, and are you okay with the title as it is without the articles and sections that are being amended and added?
Are you recommending that we add the articles and sections?
Yeah, it would probably be cleaner and that it's so short.
All right, so provide direction to have the city attorney add the articles and sections.
Yeah, we're amending a couple and we're adding a new one.
Okay, and that was accepted by the seconder. Councilmember Barron, you have the floor.
thank you, Mayor. Lucy, may you light up 3A? So this is the residency requirement we're speaking to. What's bold? Okay. Resident for this section is based on a person's domicile. The domicile of a person is that place in which his or her habitation is fixed, wherein the person has the intention of remaining, and to which, whenever he or she is absent, the person has the intention of returning. At a given time, a person may have only one domicile. Domicile is where their habitation is fixed. Definition of habitation, I believe, is a dwelling place. So wherever your dwelling place is, that's your habitation, and ultimately, if you follow through here, that's your domicile. So I guess what I'm saying is it seems clear to me, it seems better than not having anything. I don't think we're driving down the wrong side of the freeway by going forward with this, but that's just my opinion.
It's a good start.
I liked your metaphor, sorry.
That's my opinion, but we have 5 council members here. We've heard from Councilmember Nierenheim, and I thought he made some valid points, but we haven't heard from Councilmember Lowenstein, and I'd like
No, I
to
would
find
agree
out.
with what you guys have said, the motion as stands. It has to be specified, but I'm leery of putting in lots of things that people can actually abuse, find ways of abusing, where they register for internet access. I mean, you know, that was in 2026, like, come on.
Yeah, and
One
this,
question.
okay.
What if someone's home becomes homeless while?
It's funny, I was just about to mention this. So this is taken from 349 of the election code, and it's the definition of what a residence means for voting purposes. And in that, they equate voting purposes with a domicile. And it's unclear, but basically, a homeless person can register wherever their home is. There is some, and the Charter Review Committee had a lot of discussion of that. There was a council person in Ojai who became homeless, and it's whether she lost her position or not. It's more so if, say, someone who wasn't destitute was living in a business that they owned and claiming residency, there's some indication that the courts will consider that differently versus someone who's truly homeless.
Okay.
And
So
by,
you think we're covered if someone goes,
what we have,
is
okay,
unfortunate enough to become homeless while they're in office?
yeah, because you're using the same languages in 349B, and so the future city attorney and council will have all the cases that define 349. And in fact, a lot of the discussion on the previous case from a couple of years ago, you had people who, with some reason, were saying, hey, it's a open and shut case because it means 349. But the problem is there were different definitions in state law. We hadn't put anything in the charter, the voters hadn't, which specified which definition we were using.
And I still I question even in this definition, which I think is the clearest one I've read, says the intention of remaining. I mean, you're relying, a person could be untruthful.
Well, intent can also be inferred by the trier of fact, which would be the council, from the actions of the person.
Voter registration,
Each
register
other things.
utilities, register utilities elsewhere.
It's one of the reasons that some of them have such exhaustive factors so that they can say, well, these things are valid or these things aren't valid. But it requires, the one thing that's clear is it requires a marriage of act and intent.
Yeah. Would this have resolved the issue that came up recently?
Yeah.
I wouldn't say totally, but it would have given a lot more guidance, because then the council would have, okay, we now know what the test is. They'd still have to,
Okay,
well, like you've solved the first part.
okay.
The ambiguity would arise with regard to intention of remaining. It's like, for how long does your intention of
Exactly. That's what I
exactly.
need to be. I don't want to beat a dead horse. Well, I think no matter what we pick, we could find a way around it,
Yeah,
so.
for sure.
Councilmember Narenheim,
Can you light up my 1A, please?
just to remind, we have a motion and a second.
Yep, yeah, I got it. I think where the confusion for me is lying is the stuff that's missing.
Our palm trees.
I know, they're beautiful, aren't they? It's a very famous street. Sunset Magazine, much of their magazines. All right, and I saw on here we have 2022, 2023, 2024, 2026, we're relying heavily on, 2027, 2029, 2023, 2032. But there's actually an entire section here, California Election Code, going from 2020 all the way down, as I was just saying, all the way down. And there's 2026 that we've been relying on right here, right? Locking about on 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35. These are all under the section of Article 2, Determination of Residence and Domicile, 2020 to 2035. So you can't actually take just
2020.
Just one section right here, this one here, and say, this is what qualifies now. It's actually not true, because the point that was being brought up earlier is whether or not it's residents. So let's just talk for a second. Mere intention to acquire new domicile by removing avails nothing. There's actually one here. Let's see. There's one actually section here. The domicile of one spouse shall not be presumed to be that of another, but shall be determined independently in accordance with this article. So that's like saying, you were just going to take Article Section 2029 and say, yeah, we're going to agree to that, but you can't do that, right? So it goes on further and talking about here at the very end. It doesn't have it in here, but it had another section. The portion where we were talking in some of the other notes that talked about the city or the state of California, when we went to all vote by mail, the reason why the postcards are sent out 3 months before, it's to ensure the person is actually still voted, still living there. And then their registration, voter registration would be automatically changed because their voter registration address has changed. So if that happens, their domicile is automatically changed. So you can't just take one small little section of the entire portions. You actually have to take the whole thing, because that's picking and choosing. So if we're gonna do this, I would just say recommend that you go to Article 2, Determination of Residence and Domicile. That's what this comes down to really at the end of the day. It's not just one small little section.
So I will read from the memo that I sent in 2023 and then sent to you a while ago. I referred to, I talked about it having many definitions, and gave a quote from Government Code Section 36502, contradictory section from 1770 of the Government Code, and then said additional state laws that define residency include Government Code sections 244, 34882, 34904, and for voting purposes, Elections Code 349 and 2022 through 2035. So I referred to all those. And then I gave the two sample AG opinions, which went through a lot of referred to all the different sections. And one had they're not a resident, the other they're still a resident. And it's a complex factor. And this council gave direction to start looking at that, I think, 2 years ago. And so it's not an easy task. I was just pointing out, one part of it. And you could use any of those list of factors, but then you're going to a very lengthy definition, from no definition to an exhaustive definition. And you can't just do per state law because you have conflicting definitions.
Okay, so Councilmember Narenheim, there's a motion on the floor in a second. Do you have a substitute motion?
Yeah, I have a substitute motion to only add the except a measure or exhibit A, except without section 6.5 and the last two sentences that are in bold of 10.2, and accept the resolution, and then amend the ballot question to, shall the residency requirements for every elected official of the city for every elected official be required throughout position throughout their term of office. So shall the residency requirement for every elected official of the city be required to each position throughout their term of office? That would be my motion.
Okay, so we have a substitute motion. Is there a second? Okay, so with that, I'm going to open. We have a motion and a second. Oh,
I was just gonna put my hand up when.
okay. For what? You want to speak?
Say something.
Yeah.
Could you light up?
3A.
3A. The language here on the right is taken from what we have in the agenda packet for resident. The question I have is, clearly a person may only have one domicile. Should we add, and city attorney can chime in as well, if a person has a domicile outside the city of Redondo Beach, they're not a resident. The point being this, at a given time, a person may have only one domicile. But what if they have two?
You can't have two.
You can't.
Well, what if they claim to? I live in two places that equally. What?
I can answer
I
that
intend
question
to
for
remain
you.
in both.
I
can answer that
intend to
question
remain
for you.
in both. And so this way, hey, listen, if you're claiming more than one and you have a domicile outside the city of Redondo Beach, you're not a resident, you're done.
It's like one additional layer of
Do
protection.
you want me to answer that for you?
I do, but first I was hoping to hear from the city attorney.
Well, again, you can only have one domicile. It's taken from 349B, where you can have multiple residents,
Okay.
but only one domicile. And by putting the last I have no objection to it. I mean, it strengthens, it
Strengthens
could
it?
potentially strengthen it, but already you have, the last sentence is,
You can only have one.
you can only have one.
You can only have one.
Right. And so if they have two residents and they're going to say, oh, that's not my resident, that's not my domicile, my intent is to stay here.
And that's a great point. I don't mean to complicate it. What if someone says, I have two domiciles, they're both in Redondo Beach,
You only have one.
and I have the intention of staying at both. They're both my domicile, 50-50.
One's not.
Yeah, that would be a problem for, are you, You then have different definitions for resident. Are you planning for that language to go under the city council?
No. It
Okay.
would be mayor and the elected officers, 10.1.
Yeah, but why not for the council?
And I'm not saying it's
I'm
required. I
not,
just,
I'm just not sure what it adds, because you're already saying you can only have one domicile.
and it's implied if you have more than one.
If you have one outside of Redondo, then you can't have one in Redondo.
Okay, so we don't need it.
In most of the sections of government, they do distinguish between residents, of which you can have multiple, and domicile, which you can only have one.
Okay,
Okay.
thank you.
Unless you have a substitute motion. No, I do not. Okay, members of the public, anyone wish to address this?
Just a couple of things. One is, Zane, regarding the 8.6, you might want to put in the similar beginning of the sentence, if a member of the city council, that's up in 6.5, that if you miss 4 meetings, then there can be a vacancy. So to solve the problem that you brought up. And the other thing is that putting the word resident in there and not having a definition is, this is where the problem started. And I think this moves it along. It may not be perfect, but it does move it along and makes it something that at least is definable. If you want to go through either the state constitution or even our charter and find conflicts, it's easy to find. So I think there are no 10s in this world. So I believe that there should be a definition of resident as similar to this. And because when you say it is a resident, now what?
Okay, thank you.
Evening, Mayor and Council. Ross Strutzenberg, former chair of the Charter Review Advisory Committee for Redondo Beach. My esteemed colleague and I will disagree on that point. That when you look at this, adding that definition of residency feels like it moves you, but in the end, it doesn't. If you look back at the situation that we had with former Councilmember Horvath, it wouldn't have clarified that. It would not have solved it. It would have still been a political battle, which it was, and that's understood. I've never supported that this should be something that goes into the charter. And it's just setting yourself up for further down the road to have some conflict with it. But because there's no time frames, you made the points that, well, person could just simply declare they intend to return. And then for how long do they intend to return? And those are all very subjective things that won't get solved by this. So adding more words to the charter may feel like it's getting you somewhere, but it's not moving your bar. And I would recommend that you don't try to put a definition of residency into the charter. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other member of the public wish to address the council on this item?
This is Andy Porchop. I would just like to tell you a scenario, like, okay, I want to be here, run for office here in Redondo. I just rent an apartment, move in there, have my mail there, register it on my tax record, I move in 30 days or whatever the requirement, and kaboom. So you can put on anything you want. If somebody want to come in here, rent an apartment, buy a house, or whatever, and you come and check me if I'm home there every day. I can be there if I want to. It's like, so. But that's a good thing, like somebody should reside in the city. But it's very, very easy to go around it, as I just explained it to you. So good luck with it.
Okay, anyone else from the public wish to address this item? Anyone online? Okay, I'm going to call the vote then. All for?
Aye.
All opposed?
No.
Okay, that's 4-1.
And that is to M4, adopt by title only, resolution number CC 2412-120, resolution of the City Council of the City of Redondo Beach, California, amending resolution number CC 2412-115, ordering the submission to the qualified voters of the city of certain measures relating to amending Charter Article 6 City Council, Section 6.5 vacancy declared by council, Article 8, the mayor adding Section 8.6 vacancy declared by council and amending Article 10, elective offices, Section 10.2, elective offices, vacancies, leave of absence, temporary appointments for residency, and setting procedural details for the election to be held on Tuesday, March 4th, 2025, is called by Resolution CC 2410-090. Thank you, Mayor.
Okay, thank you. Let's see, down to O, city manager items.
Just a brief item tonight, Mayor, regarding calendaring. We'll have a normal meeting next Tuesday. That'll be the final meeting of the month. We will be dark the next 2 Tuesdays as they fall on the eves of both the 2 holidays, and back at it on January 7th with likely a fairly light agenda, just given the City Hall work calendar leading up to that particular meeting. And then in the full swing of things, I think that's second Tuesday in January. So just a heads up on what we're facing here. City Hall will be closed beginning Tuesday, the 24th, and then reopening, I believe we're scheduled to come back on Thursday, the 2nd of January. So just a heads up.
Okay, thank you. Let's see, mayor and council referrals to staff. Councilmember Narenheim.
I do not believe I have any right now. Let me check. I don't think I have any right now. Thank you.
Councilmember Lowenstein.
No, thank you.
Councilmember Kalajerovich.
Can I request a BRR for, I know, lovely. I met with some residents along Prospect. We discussed potentially, there was a request for some kind of wall. I can give.
Is this the landscape issue? I think I monitored some of that email yet. For the frontage median.
Yes, for the frontage on Prospect between Beryl and Diamond. Thank you. That's it.
Thank you. Councilmember Obaji.
None, thank you.
Councilmember Barrett.
No.
Okay, let's see. The only thing I have, it's not so much a referral to staff, but I will be out the 18th through the 2nd. So Mayor Pro Tem Kalajerovich will have to, if there's anything that requires attendance locally, I'll still be available, but via email or phone call other than the days I'm actually flying. So.
Great. Okay, we do have 2 more closed session items to cover.
Yes, we will be adjourning the closed session. So with that, could I get a motion to adjourn the open meeting and resume our closed session?
So moved.
Second.
Okay, a motion, a second, all for? Okay, thank you.
And then, yeah, let me just get, and just Lucy for posterity.
Oh, yeah.
Posterity's sake. It is items R9 and R13.
Would have been kicked off as mayor when he was going through chemo.
And
So do
just
you
for
have
the
to read those
record,
now?
I will read
Yeah,
those
but
titles.
we're going to start that all over. again.
She's still going.
So R9 is Conference with Real Property Negotiator. Closed session is authorized under Government Code Section 54956.8. Agency Negotiator, City Manager Wodzinski, along with Greg Kapovich, Waterfront and Economic Development Director for property located at 208 Yacht Club Way, Redondo Beach, 90277. King Harbor Marina, a portion of APN 7503-003-900. Negotiating parties, Allen Ginsberg, Majestic KHM LLC, under negotiation lease terms. And item R13 is conference with legal counsel, public employee personnel matter evaluation. Closed session is authorized by attorney-client privilege under Government Code Section 54957B, title City Manager. That concludes the reading, Mayor.
Okay, thank you. And City Manager Wodzinski, who will be addressing this.
Yes, for R9, we will be joined by Waterfront and Economic Development Director Greg Kapovich, and then myself and the city attorney for R13 as needed.
Okay. So the open session is adjourned. We're reconvening into closed session. We'll come out to report at the end.
Councilman Barrett absent, Mayor's absent, Mayor Pro Tem Kalajedovich here. All right, back from closed session. Do we have any reportable action? Negative. Okay. All right, then motion to
Recess, adjourn.
to adjourn to our next meeting next Tuesday, December 17th.
So moved.
Okay. Second. All right, all in favor?
Aye. Thank you. Thanks for the tea.
Oh, good. I would have gotten you more.
Still speaking, Scott and Zane, but Zane had to take. Oh, okay. So I think